Kid kart qualifying runs speed high for the live timing. Also, YouTube, Adams Motorsports Park for the live stream. Round number 3, AMP 4-cycle league. Got our hard-working track crew doing another great job keeping our racers safe. Yeah, give them a thank you and come off the racetrack. And of course, good to have the vintage Yamaha guys out. Here's the add-on group today. Good turnout from the vintage Yamahas. So it'll be 6 groups qualifying, getting us started with Kid Kart, followed by Cadet, Juniors, Senior Novice, Vintage, and Senior Pro and Master. Five minutes on the qualifying session. For all classes, the heat race is scheduled to go 8 laps a little bit later on. The main's scheduled to go 15, Kid Kart's going 12. Getting our track workers ready, making sure the track is clear, getting ready for our first group coming out. The kid carts will start the qualifying sessions, 5-minute sessions. Running the opposite way at the world famous Adams Motorsports Park. If you get a chance, I believe it's open, check out the pro shop here at Adams before you go home. Got some cool vintage pictures up there on the wall. You can learn a little bit about the racing family, the Adams family, and this great racetrack that they've been racing at since the 1950s. And once again, we're on Speed Hive for the live timing, YouTube for the live stream. Adams Motorsports Park, YouTube. All right, just about ready to go. Qualifying cards. Cadets up to the grid. Your group number 2. Juniors, your group number 3. These are 5-minute sessions, so make sure you don't miss your qualifying. First group of qualifiers on the racetrack, 5-minute session. Kid cards getting us started. The young guns, the future of the sport, the next generation of racers. Cadets up to the grid. Cadets group number 2 need to be up to the grid for qualifying. Ryan McPhail, the 55, 65, Lucas Bredas Mello. Trey Sanders, the number 3 machine, 61, Cash Hornsby. Hendricks Hidalgo, the 13, Ezra Medina, the 19, 11, Ayrton Plan. Luca LaPaglia, the 31. Vivian Nadejasic, the 81. McPhail had a good day at Tri-C Carter's right here at this very track last Sunday. picking up where he left off, 104.2 early on in that 55 cart for McPhail. Ezra Medina goes 103.6, the 19 machine. .103.6 for the 19 Medina. McPhail a 104.2 in the 55. Freitas Mello a 104.4 in the 65. Plan a 104.5 in the number 11. And Cash Hornsby, the 61, with a 104.6. Ryan McPhail goes to P1. The 55 runs a 103.4. About 30 seconds left in the session, the first session of the day for qualifying. 5 minutes, kid carts getting us started. Cadets will come out next. It's Ryan McPhail, 102.4. Just keeps getting quicker. Plan moves up to P2 with a 103.3. Then it's Medina and Hornsby. And Freitas Mello into P5 with a 103.9. Then it's Hidalgo, LaPaglia, Matajasic, and Trey Sanders didn't make it out there. They're not getting a time if he is. Cadets up next. Looks like McPhail will get it, 102.4. Wrapping up the kit kart qualifying with Ryan McPhail over Ezra Medina and Ayrton Plan, the top three. And the cadets will come out for a 5-minute qualifying session. We'll call group number 3 juniors up to the grid. Group 3 juniors up to the grid for qualifying. Cadets coming out for qualifying 5-minute session. Group number 2. They'll spread them out a little bit. Try to give the drivers a chance for the cleanest lap and the quickest qualifying time possible. Group number 3 juniors up to the grid. Group number 3 juniors up to the grid. Early on, Hudson Hidalgo, 5.3.43. Leyland Daño, 5.403. Reed DeJanes, 5.501. 31, Hudson Hidalgo, 5'1.68. Chase Ritterine, 5'2.58. Leah Tarosian, a 5'2.86, the 63. Reed DeJanes, a 151 with a 5'2.88. $5'1", $8'1". Hudson Hidalgo still quickest on the racetrack. Hudson Hidalgo, 5099. $5'133 for Chase Ritterine. Reed DeJanes, the 151 with a 5'194. Then it's Tarosian and Hernandez. It'll be Group 3 juniors qualifying, followed by a senior novice. Senior novice up to the grid. If you lost your car keys with a red lanyard, we have them at announcing if you lost your car keys. Matthew Reinl leads the way early, cart number 77 with a 5.210. over Tyson Polk and Dominic Goncharko. Goncharko goes to the top spot, 5028, card number 67. 32 of Polk, 5071. Brandon 2, 5076 to 21. Then it's Julian Villery, the 95 with a 5078. Matty Dragon, the 24 with a 5101. Goncharko, the 67, 50.04. Now Matty Dragan moves up to P2 with a 5026, cart number 24. And Witkowski, the 20, goes 5030. Good run for Donald. Senior novice up to the grid, Group 4, senior novice up to the grid for qualifying, senior novice. Checkered flag out on the session, senior novice, we need you up to the grid. Dominic Goncharko goes 5004 in the number 1 spot. Over Villery and Witkowski, Matthew Reinl in 4th. And P5 for Matty Dragan. Looks like there's one cart retrieval. It'll be a moment here. And it'll be senior novice, Group 4, qualifying, followed by vintage Yamaha. Senior novice, Group 4, we need you up for qualifying. Only have a few up there. Senior novice, we need you up to the grid now. Group 4, senior novice, up to the grid for qualifying. Senior novice, up to the grid for qualifying. Looking for senior novice, group number 4, up for qualifying. Senior novice. Senior novice to the grid now. Senior novice to the grid now. Five-minute qualifying session. Senior novice followed by vintage Yamaha. Vintage Yamaha to the grid. Vintage Yamaha to the grid. All right, just about a minute away, and we'll kick it off with Senior 4, Group 4 Senior Novice qualifying. 5-minute session. It'll be Vintage Yamaha up to the grid. Group 5, Vintage Yamaha up to the grid. Senior Novice with the 932, Zachary Abraham. Brittany Hernandez, the 69. Ryan Trubato, the 25 card. 13 is Matias Camacho. 214, Nicholas Camacho. And the 21, Sebastian Perdomo. Abraham, the 932, 52.64. Abrahams with a 5.215, now a 5.207, the 932, going for the number 1 spot. Matias Camacho with a 5.376, the 13. And Nicholas Camacho, a 5.484. With the vintage Yamahas coming out next. 932 Abraham's 5207. We'll put him in the top spot. Nias Camacho 5376. Nicholas Camacho 5484. With the vintage Yamahas coming out for qualifying up next. Senior Pro and Masters to the grid. Senior Pro and Masters to the grid. A little bit ahead of schedule, so they're sticking to it. Just a couple minutes away from our vintage Yamahas. Good to have them out here racing with us. Round number 3 at Adams Motorsports Park. Got the taco truck on the property as well, located right there between the upper and lower levels here in the pit area at Adams. A white trailer. Go pay him a visit, no waiting. The taco truck is here at Adams today. And they'll fire up the two strokes. Here come the vintage Yamahas. Mike Johnson, the 17. Murphy O'Brien, the 3. Damian Riley, the 8. 28, Tom Niels. Stacy Shaheen, the 62. 92, Mitch Pearson and Terry Russell, the 97. They even got the vintage kart stands down there on the grid, and they're wearing the vintage kart clothing as well. Probably his original apron. Good to have him out here. Tom Neal's a 28, laying down a 48.67. Terry Russell a 49.4, along with Mike Johnson. Tom Neal's a 28 now with a 47.16. Mike Johnson, P2, 47.169. Neal's with a 47.166. It doesn't get much closer than that. And then it's Terry Russell, a 48.84. Neal's goes 46.85. Johnson 47.161. Final group, Senior Pro and Masters at the grid. Final group. Check it out on the session for the two-stroke Yamahas. Tom Neal's a 46.60. So Tom Niels gets the top spot over Mike Johnson and Terry Russell for the vintage Yamahas. Speed high for the live timing, the live stream on Adams Motorsports Park YouTube. Early on, the Truly Adams, a 5.185. Now Evan Donnell goes 5.135. Now Adams gets him back with a 5.060, the 17 cart. Troy racing with his kid out here. That's pretty cool to see. Troy in the 16, Truly in the 17. 5.390 for Troy Adams. Truly Adams is 17 with a 5.025. Max Saga, 5.027 at cart number 88. Donnell, the 565 with a 5099. Kid cards up to the grid. Kid cards up to the grid. Kid cards up to the grid. Group 1, kid cards up to the grid. Group number 1, kid cards up to the grid. Group number 1, kid cards up to the grid. Adams is out of it, but has the quickest lap time, 5025. Over Max Saga, 5027. Saga stays out there. He goes P1. 5021 over Adams. Kid cards up to the grid. Kid cards up to the grid. Time to go heat racing. Eight laps for the heat races. All right, sticking to the schedule, getting ready for our first racing of the day here in round number 3 at Adams. Heat racing going 8 laps. Kid carts to start things off. Group number 2, cadets, you should be getting ready, headed up to the grid. Group number 2, cadets, you should be getting ready and headed up to the grid. You're going to be the second group out. 8 laps for the heat races. Kid cart's underway, approaching the stripe. Green flag, we're racing. First green of the day, we have the spin up front, it's McPhail. Got tangled up front, has to be one of the favorites. Had a good weekend last week at Tri-C. Now he'll have to fight back as he keeps it running, gets it turned around, pointed the right way, and in the back of the pack on lap number 1. Ayrton Plan got the best start out front, 108.6 to get it out front. Early Ezra Medina, the 1981. Vivian Medijasic. The 81, the 55 of McPhail's battled back to 4th. Going the opposite way at Adams. First heat race of the day, round number 3. Motorcycle lead. Plan the 11. And McPhail has battled all the way back into second, but about a full straightaway behind the leader. In the first heat race of the day, good way to fight back, get the best finishing position possible for Lion McPhail, that 55 machine. Cadets up to the grid, group number 2. Cadets up to the grid for your heat race. Main scheduled to go 15 later on. The kid carts will go 12. Plan followed by McPhail. Lucas Freitas Mello running in the 3rd position in the 65 cart. 19 Medina. And Matt Jasicic, the 81, back to 5th. Trace Sanders in the 6th spot. Then Cash Hornsby. Luca LaPaglia, Hendricks Hidalgo. And McPhail taking a little bit of a chunky flap off that advantage for the leader. Ayrton Plan. Smooth sailing out on the front end, taking it through Little Monza, the number 11 machine. And can see McPhail entering Little Monza as he exits Little Monza. Just past halfway for the kid cards. Plan, McPhail, and Freitas Mello. Then it's Medina and Matt Jasicic. Top 5. And Plan looking to finish this one off. It'll be 2 to go the next time by. Over the start-finish line. With the cadets up next for their 8-lap heat race. Followed by Junior. Out here for round number 3 of the Adams Kart League for Cycle League. With the vintage Yamaha guys today as well. And the leaders get the 2 to go sign. McPhail still running down the leader, Ayrton Plan. No change in that top 5. With Trace Sanders just moving into that top 5, actually, the number 3 of Sanders. Now to Jasicic back to 6th position in front of Cash Hornsby. White flag coming out for your leader. Ayrton Plan, 1 to go. Final lap here for kid cards. Our first heat race of the day. Plan looking to get the win here. McPhail, a great recovery after the early spin right after we went green, recovers all the way up into second place. Doesn't want to make any mistakes here in that number 11 machine. Final couple of turns coming up on some slower traffic. And McPhail going to really make it close here, but just running out of laps. And the 11 of Plan getting it done. Checkered flag. McPhail up for second. And Lucas Freitas Mello for third. Good first race for the young guns of the sport. It'll be cadets up next. Group number 2. Need group 3 up to the grid. Juniors. Juniors up to the grid. Group 3. Group 2 cadets on track. We need junior. Group 3 up to the grid. Running opposite at Adams as they approach Big Monza going reverse style. They'll come out of Big Monza. Short little run to the green flag. We'll see if we get the green here. Now excellent turn, full field. Group number 2 cadets, heat race, 8 laps. Green flag racing. Tricky left-hander at the end of about that 3/4 straightaway run. Through the S's in the field, gets through clean. Now through the bus stop on lap number 1. Into Little Monza now. As they're already into single file formation on lap number 1 down that short straightaway into that right-hander. '31 of Hudson Hidalgo got the best start. Now the 56 are Rittering. All kinds of pressure on him. Going to try to get a run down the straightaway here on lap number 2. Hidalgo and Chase Rittering a gap back to 3rd. With Leah Tarosian, Otto Butler the 12. Tarosian the 63. Juniors, Group 3 up to the grid. Juniors up to the grid. '31 out front. That's Hidalgo. Good battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th on the racetrack. There's 4 of them going at it. So Hidalgo Rittering. They were showing Tarosian here in scoring as a 63. It looks like it's a 93 on the cart. Then it's Butler, 151, Reed Deschaines, and Hernandez, the 88. Battle still behind the leaders for 3rd position on the racetrack. Hidalgo out front of Rittering. With the juniors up next. Just past halfway in this one. That group of 4 coming out of Little Monza. No change in the order. Yellow is 1, didn't make it through the entrance to Big Monza. Didn't affect the leaders as Hidalgo still out front. Next time by, 2 to go for Hidalgo. Here in the cadet heat race, 8 laps for our heat races. Juniors getting ready to go on the grid. They're out next. Juniors out next. Leaders get the 2 to go sign. 2 to go in this one. White flag coming out as it exits sandbox. White flag and Hidalgo doing a stellar job in this one. Trying to lead all 8 laps in an 8-lap heat race. Battle will be for third as there's 4 cars battling for position behind Hidalgo out front. The 31 has led every lap in this one at a Little Monza. Brittany doing a fine job in the number 2 spot, keeping them close. Final time into Big Monza. Hudson, Hidalgo. Checkered flag. 93 gonna hold him off. 1 more turn to go. That was some great racing behind the leader. Chase Ritter in the number 2 spot. Nicely done for the cadets. Juniors up next. Juniors up next. Looks like they're ready on the grid for the junior heat race. We'll call senior novice group 4 up to the grid. Senior novice group 4 up to the starting grid. All right, one card having trouble. Looks like Darlene Hornsby, the 61, having the bad luck there. And the factory cart will not make it out in the heat race. Senior novice to the grid. Senior novice group 4 to the grid. Senior novice to the grid. Julia Vidley in the 95, 21, Brandon 2, Matthew Reinhold the 77, Donald Witkowski the 20, got Charco the 67, then Cole Gaddis the 2, 33, Tyson Polk the 32, 24, Matty Dragging, Kenzo Kawhi Kane the 519, 916, Jeff Amundsen. And Hornsby's out of it, the 61. Hillary out front, the 95 cart with senior novice to follow. Senior novice up to the grid. Group number 4, senior novice up to the grid. Approaching the halfway in this one. As it'll be 4 to go. Rhino the 77. Now they fixed the scoring situation. Goncharka the 67. Chu the 21. Runs in the third spot. '77 out front. That's your leader, Rhino, the white helmet. Sliding it into Big Monza entry. Good battle for second and third. Goncharka 67. No, it's Gaddis at 233. Goncharka the 67. Chu the 21. Senior novice, Group 4 up to the grid. Senior novice up to the grid. They get the 2 to go sign in this one. For the junior heat race, Matthew Rhino looking to get it done. Cole Gaddis, Goncharka, Matty Dragon up in front of Chu into fourth. '77 to Rhino. They're getting closer now. Gaddis right on his back bumper, getting closer now as they'll get the white flag. Here comes Cole Gaddis, the blue cart. Goncharka behind him, the 67. Then we'll see if he can get closer, down through the bus stop, then in a little Monza. He definitely did, outbroke him, and he got right up to the back bumper of the leader. Now through Sandbox. Gaddis right on the back bumper. Will he try a move out of Big Monza? Goes up high. He'll try to dive back down low and get a run. Comes up alongside, no. Good finish, Rhino holds off. Cole Gaddis, Goncharka third. Then Dragon and Chu. Exciting finish in that one. Senior novice up next. Waiting to clear track, make sure everything's good to go for Senior Novice Heat Race. Coming at you next. Vintage Yamaha Group 5 up to the grid. Vintage Yamaha Group 5 up to the grid. Remember, we have the taco truck on the premises. Taco truck is located right up there between the first tier and the second tier in the pits. And we thank them for coming out. So go pay them a visit. Get yourself some trackside munchies and a cold beverage at the taco truck. Vintage Yamaha up to the grid, Group 5. Vintage Yamaha up to the grid. Senior Novice Group 4 off the grid onto the racetrack here at Adams, going opposite direction. All right, they'll slow them down side by side. We'll look to go green as they come out of Big Monza. Group number 4, Senior Novice, 8 laps, heat race. Nice and slow out of Big Monza. We'll look for the green flag. Green flag racing, now they're on the throttle. That's a good even start right there. Into the left hand. A little bit of contact behind the leaders. And one of them back up to speed. We'll get a cart number. Happen through the S's. Can't be bunched up through there. Zachary Abrahams, 932.13. Matthias Camacho, Nicholas Camacho, the 214.69. Brittany Hernandez. Sebastian Perdomo, the 21. And Ryan Chabato, the 25. Abraham's getting the best of them, the 932 early on in this one. Into Little Monza. "13 Camacho running in the number 2 spot early on in this one. 8-lap heat race for the senior novice driver. Vintage Yamaha to the grid. Vintage Yamaha to the grid. Trying to open up a little bit now, our leader. Abraham's got a great start. At a Little Monza down. By Matthias Camacho. Behind him, Nicholas Camacho. Another factory car right out on the lead. Out front. Still out front, Zachary Abrahams, 932 car. It's a 6-second advantage. Team Camacho running second and third. Hernandez runs fourth. Just past halfway with the vintage Yamaha guys on deck for their heat race. Down there on the grid, vintage Yamaha. Three to go now in this one with the vintage class up next. No change in that running order as it's a 7.5 second advantage. Abraham is just staying on the throttle, continues to open up on the lead. It's the 2 to go sign. 2 laps to go in this one. White flag waves, 1 to go. Abraham's going to try to take him the distance, leading every lap. Matthias Camacho in the number 2 spot, Nicholas Camacho in 3rd. Final lap in this one with vintage Yamaha to follow. Checkered flag and a big win there in the heat race. Zachary Abrams gets it done. Third team, Matthias Camacho for 2nd, Nicholas Camacho for 3rd. And the vintage Yamaha gang up next.
Either Wednesday or Thursday.
All right, looks like we're ready, and they'll fire up the vintage Yamaha's 8-lap heat race. Senior Pro and Master Group 6, we need you up to the grid. Senior Pro and Master up to the grid. Green Flag Racing Vintage Yamaha, -1 will cross the stripe behind the rest of the group. 6 of them in the lead group, they're clean on the green. '28 car through Little Monza. That's Mike Johnson in the number 2 spot, the 17 machine. Behind Niels, the 28. And Niels is flying out there. He's got that thing dialed in. It's handling really well. For the 2-stroke vintage Yamahas. Johnson runs in second. In the 97 to Terry Russell. No change up front with Chance Johnson trying to reel in Niels. Then Terry Russell, Damian Riley, the 8, Mitch Person, the 92. Senior Pro and Masters to the grid. Senior Pro and Master to the grid. Halfway in this one, 4 to go, 4 to go. In steel, Tom Niels, the 28 out front of Mike Johnson. Terry Russell, the 97. Two to go next time by. Senior, Pro, and Master to the grid. Senior, Pro, and Master to the grid. Leaders get the 2 to go sign. That's Tom Niels on top of Johnson and Russell on the white flag lap. Senior Pro and Master up next. Niels trying to hold him off. Johnson, longtime Southern California kart racer, done a good job trying to keep him in his sights, runs in second. Checkered flag coming out for the leaders. '28 and Niels, final turn for the vintage heat race checkered flag. Mike Johnson for second, Terry Russell for third. Here we go. It'll be Senior Pro and Master final race before a short lunch break, and then our mains. It's scheduled to start at 12:15. Senior Pro and Masters on track. Field is in Big Monza. Look for the green flag. And they'll bring him around one more time. Looks like we have a chain off on one of the carts. Driver's out of the cart, and I think it's Perez possibly. Tough break for Robin Perez. Senior Master Robert Perez, 289. And he'll send him on his way and join the field. Field comes out of Big Monza, approaching the starting line. Green flag racing. So Perez from the rear of the field will try to pass them all. Good start from the outside. Fights for the whole shot and gets it. A little bit unnecessary there into turn number 1. And I think he lost a chain again, Perez. Right into Little Monza and popped the chain on that thing again. 17 is out front. The Truth, Truly Adams. So Perez at 289 is out. Adams over Max Saga, Evan Donnell, Larry Hernandez, and Troy Adams. Father-son racing out there, pretty cool. And they are bunched up in a Little Monza. So currently the Truth out front, then there's 3 carts, and then Troy Adams. So the kid getting the best of the old man so far in the heat race. In a Little Monza, Saga runs second, then Donnell. Then it's Larry Hernandez and Troy Adams. Through bus stop now. The Truth trying to take him the distance. Truly Adams out front. Takes a look over his right shoulder, exiting Little Monza. Max Saga's right there. Then Evan Donnell, Larry Hernandez, Troy Adams. And they're at the halfway point in this one. So 4 to go now. Field kind of separates a little. Saga stays with Truly Adams. Now a gap back to third and fourth. That's Donnell and Hernandez, and then Troy's a gap back behind them. Saga getting a big run down the middle portion of the racetrack. Max Saga in second. All kinds of pressure on the leader, Adams. 3 to go. 3 to go. Saga trying to set up Adams for a move for the lead. They get the 2 to go sign. 2 to go for Adams and Saga. Adams, with the experience at this track, grew up out here. White flag out, 1 to go in this one. Adam Saga. Evan Dunhill, the 565 cart. Final chance. Will Saga make a move into Big Monza right on the bumper? And can't get by. Adams will take it, Saga second, then Donnell. Hernandez and Adam. All right, we have a lunch break till 12:15 on the schedule with Kid Cart Maine. The taco truck is open, so enjoy a short lunch break till Kid Cart's at 12:15. Hope everybody enjoyed a short lunch break. We'll get things started. Kid Karts 12:15 on the printed schedule for our mains right after the national anthem, which will be coming up shortly. We'll get Kid Cards down to the grid. Kid Cards down to the grid. So we'll get Kid Carts down on the grid. We'll have our national anthem just about in 1 minute here, and then we'll go racing. Scheduled to go at 12:15. All right. As always, before we start the mains, I'd like to thank our first responders as well as our United States military, past and present. And we'd like to ask everyone who is able to please rise, remove your hats, and join us in the singing of our national anthem. Only in American today, only at the world famous Adams Motorsports Park, where heroes are born. The future heroes, the young guns, the next generation of racers going to get us started. A short lunch break, and now we'll get into the mains. Going 12 laps will be the kid carts, followed by cadets, juniors, Group 4 senior novice, Group 5 vintage Yamaha, Group 6 senior pro and masters. And they will go 15 laps for the round 3 mains here at the AMP 4-Cycle League. All corner workers back into position. All corner workers back into position, please. Group 2 up to the grid, Cadets. You'll be our second main of the day. Cadets up to the grid. Here come the kid cars. Get the green flag and we're racing. It's a good start. Up front, McPhail right behind the 11. Into that left-hander, there's 3 of them. McPhail forcing the issue from the outside. Goes to the front. Plan the 11 was right there at the start, and McPhail just outlasted him down that straightaway and then outbroke him. And he gets out front and has already put some kart lengths on second place. The 11 of Plan, 65, Lucas Freitas Mello right there. He's got a fast kart. Lap number 1, led by Ryan McPhail, the 55 out front, the black helmet. Freitas Mello going to make a move down the inside for position and moves up into second. Used that whole straightaway, running the opposite direction at Adams to make the pass on Plan. Plan back to third now. Through Little Mont's on lap number 2 after a good start. And Mello acting like he has something for McPhail, not letting McPhail get away. Runs to second as it starts to spread out a little bit. That's about to be a good battle for third, fourth, fifth, and sixth as they bunch up a little bit. Led by Plan, and then it's Trace Sanders, the 3, 19 Medina, Hornsby, 61, 31 LaPaglia. Cadets up to the grid, group number 2. Cadets up to the grid. Again into the smaller of the 2 bank turns at Adams, Little Monza. Led by the 55 of McPhail. Now through Big Monza, Ryan McPhail looking good out on the lead. Second spot, 65, Freitas Mello. Plan still runs in third. That's soon to be a bunched up party of 5 there running behind the leader. As the 65 couldn't hang with the leader. And that next group's going to catch up. First main of round number 3, first main of the afternoon after the short lunch break. Remember, our taco truck is here on the property. No change up front once again with the leaders. First main of the afternoon with McPhail, Lucas Freitas Mello, Ayrton Plan, Trey Sanders, Cash Hornsby top 5. Then Medina and LaPaglia. Age is Matajas is 6th. And Hendricks Hidalgo 9th. Lyon going to try to take him the distance in this one, get out there on that early hole shot and take them all 12 laps. The rest of the class will go 15. Looking good once again through Little Monza. Freitas Mello still running in 2nd, and Plan continues to run in the 3rd spot. Hornsby to 61. And it looks like the 3 of Sanders had the spin. Fall farther back, lost a few positions there for the 3 of Trey Sanders. Sanders back on track running as 3 goes by. Good close race. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th on the racetrack. That's a real action. McPhail continues to check out. And it's still Freitas Mello leading that pack. Plan right there. Big time pressure by 4th place. Cash Hornsby right there looking for more. The 61 cart. Cadets up to the grid. Cadets up to the grid. Group number 2. Cadets up to the grid. At the halfway point in this one. Kid Kart's getting it started first main of the afternoon. Plan getting a nice little run down the straightaway. Will it be enough? No, tucks back in behind Freitas Mello. Final 4 laps in this one as they cross the stripe. McPhail gonna have to deal with some slower traffic in the final laps of this one. 65 hanging tough, running in 2nd, right in front of Plan. And Cash Hornsby gets a good run off of Big Monza. If the 61 has enough to go by, the 11's gonna make another move. Run out of straightaway once again. So Plan stays in position. as it'll now be 3 to go next time by. Oh, and it looks like Hornsby and Plan got some contact out there, and the 11 will get the worst of it. Plan was running a good one. Had a great heat race as well and is back on track, but the damage is done. And lost several positions. So we'll take a look at that one. With Hornsby moving up into the 3rd spot behind Freitas Mello. And McPhail out front. All right, McPhail doesn't want to get tangled up with the lap traffic. He's in a tricky part of the racetrack, and he'll wait till after Big Monza and make the move down the straightaway. Two to go as McPhail tries to get by, and he's got a SIG alert traffic jam in front of him. That'll allow Freitas Mello, Hornsby, to catch up, and he no longer has a big lead. Now he'll have to find a way by. Well, this will make the final laps interesting as they're all bunched up with 2 lap traffic drivers in front. All right, he gets by one. It looks like he still has one more to deal with. For McPhail, the 55. Into Sandbox. Now Hornsby getting hung up a little bit. Freitas Mello got by, still on the back bumper of the leader. Still got 2 more to get by. White flag is out, 1 to go. An exciting final lap. There they go. Lucas Freitas Mello got a big run down the inside to the lead. Used the slower traffic as the screen and went roaring by, used the momentum, and is still going here on the final lap. Nice move by the 65, and that one got too aggressive. Gets tangled up, and now McPhail back to the lead. They spun out into the slower traffic. A bold move in a little Monza that allowed McPhail to move back to the front. And back to McPhail. 81 is Matajasic. Freitas Mello, the 65. So McPhail, Lucas Freitas Mello, Cash Hornsby, unofficial finish. It'll be cadets, Group 2 up next, followed by juniors, Group 3. Juniors up to the grid. Our biggest field of the day, the cadets coming out for their main. The rest of them today going 15 laps. Juniors up next to the grid. Juniors, Group 3. As you come off track, make sure you get your transponders turned in. Make sure you get those transponders turned in. Cadets approaching the line. Green flag racing. Good start. They're still side by side into turn 1. Who has the advantage down low on the inside? I believe it was the 31. One of them got pushed aside on the right-hand side and still trying to get up to speed. And Hudson Hidalgo, the 31, gets the best of them on the start. And it is the yellow machine, Hudson Hidalgo, out front early. Card says 93, scoring says 63. Leah Tarosian in second, Otto Butler. Anakin Hernandez, Chase Rittering. One lap into this one. They're going 15 in the main. Hidalgo picking up where he left off in the main, just still trying to pull away. Still Hidalgo, and Hidalgo's really pulling away from everyone. Now once again turning into a race for second, third, fourth, and fifth early on here. With Tarosian, Butler, Hernandez, Chase Rittering. Juniors up to the grid, juniors up to the grid. Hudson pretty much dominated the heat race as well, getting a big win earlier on in the day. And they've got that yellow cart dialed in this afternoon. We have another good tune-up here for the main. There's a little battle for second down low, not going to happen. That was Otto Butler trying to move on to Roach. And running out of real estate there at the end of the long straightaway here at Adams. Oh, and a spin, did it to himself. I believe it was Butler just got loose in the little Monza. So now, the 31 Hidalgo has even a bigger lead now. About a half a straightaway advantage over Tarosian. And Chase Rittering up into third position on the racetrack. Juniors up to the grid. Juniors up to the grid. Hidalgo to Rosen Rittering. Then it's Butler back to fourth. Fifth, Hernandez. Benjamin Monroy, the sixth spot. Mason Brody, seventh. And Junior's up next. Junior's up to the grid. Junior's up to the grid. Good fights for position behind the leaders. Hidalgo just checking out. And it's a 7.5 second advantage for Hidalgo. Hidalgo, Tarosian, Chase Rittering, the 56, 12 Butler, Anakin Hernandez, the 88. And it's all Hudson Hidalgo in this one. Rittering working hard to try to get by for second position on the racetrack. Fight continues behind the leaders with Rittering still trying to get by. Tarosian, as there's 4 carts battling it out right there. Asking for some help from Butler. Says, give me a push, let's try to go by. As the sun back out at Adams. Hudson Hidalgo pulling away from his own shadow. As it'll be 6 laps to go now in this one, 6 to go. Junior's up to the grid. Junior's up next. So Hidalgo, Tarosian, Chase Ritterine, top three, followed by Butler, Hernandez, Monroy up into the sixth spot. Garrett Campbell runs up into the seventh spot. Then Mason Brody, Reed DeShanes runs in ninth. Leyland Daniel up into the top 10. All Hudson Hidalgo, the 31 in this one. The yellow card is unchallenged so far with 5 to go. It'll be juniors to follow, juniors to follow. So Tarosian and Rittering getting tangled, racing hard. And that'll change position up. Moving up into second now is Butler. Anakin Hernandez moves up to a podium spot in third with 4 laps to go. So that changes everything up on the podium. The leader, Hidalgo, looking at 3 to go, and that's where we're at in this one. 3 laps to go. And Junior's up next. Junior's up next. Should be on the grid. Fight continues at a big Monza as the leaders get the 2 to go sign. 2 to go in this one. Hudson Hidalgo dominating it. Hidalgo again at a big Monza looking for the white flag and gets it. 1 lap to go. With juniors up next, the final lap in this one. Final time through Big Monza. For the cadet checkered flag, Hudson Hidalgo The fight for second and third with one more turn to go. That's Butler and Hernandez. Butler finishes in front of Hernandez. Good finish for the Cadets, dominating the race. Hudson Hidalgo. And it'll be the juniors' turn up next. Juniors on track, should be a good one here. Senior novice up to the grid, group number 4. Senior novice up to the grid. Remember, get those transponders turned in. Get those transponders turned in before you leave the track. Green flag racing. The junior final is underway. Into that left-hander, we got one spinning. Facing the wrong way, keeps it running. And back on track. Has to play catch up now. Racing on lap number 1 of a 15-lap main for the junior class. Rhino, the 77, got the best start. Rhino out front on the whole shot advantage. Will lead on lap number 1. Goncharko, the 67. Matt Dragon, the 24. 32, Tyson Pock. 916, Jeff Amundsen. Brandon Chu, the 21. Julian Villery, the 95. Kenzo Kawhi Kane, the 519. Wachowski, the 20. Darian Hornsby, the 61. Lap number 2, and we got a good one up front with the leaders. Rhino and Cole Gaddis, and this time Gaddis has him way earlier in the race. And Gaddis has had a fast hot rod all afternoon. Much better entry into Little Monza for Gaddis. And almost ran into the back bumper of the leader. Gaddis gets by, and now we'll see what he can do out in front and in second position now if Rhino can keep up. Gaddis out front, the new leader. Gaddis out front of Rhino. Goncharko, Matty Dragon, Brandon Chu in the top 5. We need Group 4, Senior Novice, up to the grid. Senior Novice. Group 4, up to the grid. First few laps here in this one, the junior main, 15-lap mains for the rest of the classes. Senior novice to the grid. Rhino not staying on the back bumper of the leader, but he's keeping him in his sights as Cole Gaddis pulling away a little bit, ever so slightly. Gaddis, the 233, once he got by, definitely has the faster kart. And Gaddis runs that entry into Big Monza perfectly. It's the fastest I've seen anybody do it all day. with senior novice to follow. Senior novice group 4 up to the grid. Lap number 6 in this one of 15. Goncharko runs third behind Rhino. But the first 3 are really spread out now. A comfortable lead here as Gaddis saw how Liam McFay did it and said, I'll just get out on the lead and check out of this one. Looking to get a big round 3 victory this afternoon at Adams Motorsports Park. Just 3 mains to go after this one. There was a threat of rain, but it's definitely not going to happen this afternoon, as we just have the 3 mains left to go after this one. Reports are that Rhino's rear bumper is dragging. Take a look at the 77 cart right here. And that right rear is definitely loose and dragging. So they let Rhino know with the black flag. Gaddis, Rhino, Goncharko, then Brandon Chu and Matty Dragon, top 5. At the halfway point in this one. Senior novice up to the grid. Senior novice up to the starting grid. Cole Gaddis, once he got by for the lead, pretty strong out there on the front. Unfortunately, Rhino's day ends early with that rear bumper issue, and the 77 will bring it back to the pits. That allows Chu up to second, Goncharko third. Brandon Chu and Goncharko taking advantage, moving up to the podium positions. Four laps to go in this one for Cole Gaddis. Next time by, 2 to go for Cole Gaddis in his 233 machine. A rocket ship out here this afternoon. There will be a cart retrieval after this race. Goes checkered. And we'll get ready for senior novice up next. Gaddis gets the 2 to go sign. 2 laps to go in this one. Gaddis will get the white flag. 1 to go for Cole Gaddis. Final lap, looking for the big win here is Gaddis. Once he got by Rhino, he checked out in dominating form. Great race for Cole. Rest of the field gets the white flag. Great job by Gaddis. Chu comes up for second, and the final spot on the podium goes to Goncharka. And it was Matty Dragon and Julian Villery completing the top 5. Final 3 races of the day. This will be senior novice up next. And again, make sure you get those transponders turned back in as you exit the racetrack and before you leave the racetrack. Get those transponders turned in. Ready for senior novice. Lining up senior novice group number 4, vintage Yamaha up to the grid. 15 laps. Just 6 of them to come out and play today in round number 3. Green flag racing. Senior novice. 6 of them coming out for this main. $9.32, Zachary Abrams. Matthias Camacho, the 13, 214, Nicholas Camacho. Brittany Hernandez, 69.25. Ryan Gibato. And Sebastian Perdomo. Cart 21. Abrams out early and has the early advantage in a 15-lap main. Vintage Yamaha, Group 5, up to the grid. Vintage Yamaha, up to the grid. Also, join us at the podium presentation after the final race, just as soon as everything's official. Join us at the podium presentation. Abraham still out on the lead, the 932, 13 Camacho. Matthias in front of Nicholas for second and third. Brittany Hernandez runs fourth. Fifth is Gibato. Just getting things started here in Senior 4 Novice. Again, make sure you get those transponders turned in before you leave the racetrack. Make sure you get the transponders turned in. Just 2 races left after Senior Novice, who's on track now. Vintage Yamaha up next, followed by Senior Pro and Masters. No change in the running order on the racetrack. Senior Novice on a 15-lap main. 6 of them on the racetrack after 6 of them taking the green. Approaching the halfway point in this one. Senior Novice main on the racetrack. Zachary Abrahams. Out front on the lead. Abraham still staying on that full throttle. Still has some work to do here at the halfway point. Abrahams and Team Camacho. Matthias and Nicholas running second and third. And that's how it's been in the first half of this race. Now down to 7 laps to go in this one. With the vintage Yamaha guys up next. Abraham's a 932. Red Machine, the factory kart, with a dominated performance here. That's what's been the theme of the day this afternoon in round number 3. With the likes of Cole Gaddis, Lion McPhail, and now Zachary Abraham going to dominate their mains. Going for the round 3 victory here at Adams. Vintage Yamaha coming out next, followed by Senior Pro and Masters. Three to go next time. Bye for the leaders. It'll be the final 3 laps in this one. And the 2 strokes up on the grid, ready to go. Vintage Yamahas. The youngsters, they're ready to go next. And race officials reporting in. We have a car with another bumper dragging, so we'll have to look into that. And it's definitely not our leader. Getting ready for the 2 to go sign. Two laps to go in this one. Zachary Abraham. Matthias Camacho, Nicholas Camacho running second and third, then Brittany Hernandez. No, it's Jabato moving up a position. White flag next. White flag coming out next. Ready for the checkered on the 932 Zachary Abrahams gets the win. '13 for second, Matthias Camacho. Nicholas Camacho for third. And it'll be Vintage Yamaha coming at you next. Vintage Yamaha. All right, getting ready for the two-cycle guys. Vintage Yamahas. Remember our podium presentation to come up just following the last race as soon as they all become official. And again, make sure you get those transponders turned in before you leave the racetrack this afternoon. Make sure you turn in those transponders. All right, looks like they just called for a short break here. It'll just be under 10 minutes, so a quick little short break. And we'll get ready to go with Vintage Yamaha, followed by Senior Pro and Masters. So a quick little breather as we'll get ready in just a couple minutes here as the vintage Yamaha guys are getting on the grid ready to go. 15 laps on our final two mains of the day. Junior Pro and Masters will be the final race. And then our podium presentation. So it looks like something going on down there at that turn one left-hander. We're doing a quickie track repair, it appears. Listening on the radio, haven't heard any info.
Almost bought it.
Just cable fixing. buddy in his funny car just went 4.05 seconds at 316 miles an hour.
Did what? How many seconds?
4.05. It's 1,000 feet. Used to be a quarter mile.
Wow. No? You don't like my idea?
I don't know how much it's gonna be.
Pues entras tú con todo el mundo.
He races in the same class against John Ford.
I'm sure you can get some good ideas. Good stuff. Pues por eso. Fine. Walking around Vegas with a baby.
Maybe next year we'll make it. I think it's Friday.
What is it called?
Maybe.
What is it stand for? April 14th to the 17th.
It starts on Sunday. What this year? We're looking at the
Exhibit April 14th to the 17th. Education April 13th to the 17th.
Right now we're qualified number 14 with one more qualifying session up today. And right now, if it was done, we'd have John Ford. Doesn't get much bigger than that. Yeah, he's 70.
I thought he had pulled away and just let Brittany do it.
Oh no, the girls do it, and he's never stepped out. He's always had a seat. It's fun.
All right, we'll get our track workers back into position. Looks like we're ready to go for our final two racers after the slight delay.
Non-member? 219. Member? 159. Government 159. Student. That's a show floor. Conferences and programs. Non-member 19. Member 760. For education collection, there's different prices. That'll include it. Post streaming summit is $849.
Oh, you'll hit it. We'll tell you where it is and you'll still hit it.
Workshops. All workshops. And broadcasting and training workshops.
Remember when you first rode a motorcycle, there'd be one rock in the middle of the road and you hit it. You'd fucking have all that room to go.
The big people.
$200 just to get off.
Learn.
$200 just to operate. And then 300 something to do that one. You're already at 60.
All right, they'll start them up and come out on the track. These guys don't stick around on the grid once they fire them up. They fire them up and they are gone. Here come the Yamaha's vintage carts. All right, they'll get them paired up and get ready to go. The final for the vintage Yamaha. Green flag racing. Same start as last time. Johnson will tuck back in behind the leader into that left-hander. And it's a good start. Through the bus stop now into Little Monza. It's that 28 machine once again. Tom Niels. Oh, we got a spin. The 8 goes around. Damian Riley went around. And that sent the 3 of O'Brien around. 97 to Terry Russell runs in third. Niels, Johnson, and Russell running 1, 2, 3. Then Mitch Pearson. Stacy Seguin. Murphy O'Brien had the trouble on lap 1 along with Damian Riley. Nice little move there by the 62 of Seguin on an inside move into Big Monza. Just getting started here with a 15-lap main for the vintage Yamahas. Senior Pro and Master up to the grid. Senior Pro and Master up to the starting grid. Senior Pro and Master up to the grid. Senior Pro and Master. Niels Johnson and Russell running 1, 2, 3 on the racetrack. And he flies into that intro in a big Monza. It's impressive. Tom Niels, your leader. Good to have 7 vintage Yamaha drivers out here to join us at round 3 of the 4 cycles. Senior Pro and Master making their way up to the grid. They'll be the final race of the day up next. Senior Pro and Masters up to the grid. Niels has led this one since they went green. Mike Johnson runs second. Terry Russell in the third spot. That hasn't changed. Then Seguin, the 62. The 92 of Pearson. Damian, Riley, Murphy, O'Brien, they had the spin early on lap number 1. Approaching the halfway point in this one. Eight laps in, 7 laps to go. Down to 6 to go next time by for Tom Niels. The old school Yamahas on the racetrack. Johnson runs a clean second. Russell farther back in third position. Senior Pro and Master to the grid. Senior Pro and Master to the grid. 5 laps to go in this one. 5 to go. And Niels looking to become the number 1 qualifier, win the heat race and win the main, pull off the triple in the vintage Yamahas. Down to 4 to go now for the 2 strokes. Final couple of laps in this one for the vintage Yamahas. Tom Niels over Mike Johnson and Terry Russell. They'll get the 2 to go sign next time by. Final 2 laps for the two-stroke Yamahas. Neil's looking to get it done over Mike Johnson. White flag is out, 1 to go. Final lap in this one. Senior Pro and Master fired up on the grid. For the checkered over Johnson or Russell. Good to have the two strokes out here. Senior Pro and Masters final race of the day. Here we go, final race of the day, Senior Pro and Masters Green Flag Racing. Adams getting knocked around a little bit, back to third early on. And they're running first and third. Troy in third, Truly in first. So see if Troy can keep up with Donnell and his son, Truly Adams. And he's already fallen out of that lead group. Truly Adams leading the way. Evan Donnell and Troy Adams, Senior Pro and Masters, running together. And that's Max Saga that's caught Troy Adams now. Troy goes ahead and asks Max Saga for some help. Tap of the helmet. And says, let's work together and go chase these guys down. In the meantime, the Truly Adams pulling away from Donnell a little bit. So now Donnell's stuck running all by himself in second. Troy's got a little bit of help now. See if Saga will help Troy Adams down the straightaway once again. He says nope, and he goes by. Now Troy will try to work with Max Saga, and they'll work together with Max out front. The Truly Adams trying to take him the distance and lead every lap in this one. He's out front. Donnell in the number 2 spot. And then it's Jose Silva, Larry Hernandez, Jacob Reese. In the final race of the day, just about 5 laps into this one. The Senior Pro and Masters. Truly continues to pull away from Donnell. They were bumper to bumper early on. And Troy can't keep up with Max Saga, and they're all spread out now, the top 5. Adams came out a little. Monzi's looking at the cart. See if anything looks wrong. He might have just been ducking down a little for some aerodynamic help. And another lap in the books for the Truly Adams. Runs third, then Troy Adams, Larry Hernandez, Jose Silva. Just past halfway in this one, the final race of the day. Yellow's out at Little Monza. As one's over there out of the racing line, he's now getting out of the cart. And I believe it's Hernandez. And he'll watch the rest of this one from the Little Monza sidelines. Six laps to go next time they cross the stripe. Troy's shaking his head, saying, I've given it all I can. Saga gets by Donnell for second overall on the racetrack. Dude's coming back around. He's having fun out there. He's making gestures to the starter. He's looking around. Nice little Sunday drive for him. Saga up into second, and then it's Donnell running in third. Sky Suites full house today. Everybody up there watching this one. And remember our podium presentation to follow this final race of the day. Three to go next time by for the leaders. 3 laps to go in this one. Leaders get the 2 to go sign. 2 laps to go, the final 2 laps of the afternoon. White flag out for Truly Adams. Final couple of turns for Adams. Looking to get it done and get the bragging rights. Going to beat his dad. He's waving at his mom. And he gets the checkered flag, the truth, Truly Adams. Nicely done for Truly Adams. Saga for second. Final group coming off the racetrack. Make sure you get your transponders turned in before you leave. And also come on down and join us at the podium presentation starting shortly.